Oops. I am here with more of the Great Ace Attorney. Here we are at the scene of the crime, at the pawnbrokery, with our turn of the century Detective Gumshoe equivalent Gregson here. And we're going to see what the heck we can do, because the pawnbroker is dead, and it looks like poor Gina is getting accused of murder. She doesn't even want us to be her lawyer yet, and so we're like, what the fuck is going on? So we need to get to the bottom of what's going on. Man, I highly doubt we'll get through the case today, but because next week I'm gonna be gone on a little Thanksgiving trip. Stella, seriously? Right now? I just started. Since I'm gonna be gone for a week on a trip for Thanksgiving, I'm like, thinking, depending on how spicy it gets by the time I stop today, because normally this would be my last, like, regular game day of the week. What if I took a special 4th day for finishing the 5th case tomorrow instead of needle felting? Depending, but that only depends on how torturous of a point I leave off, that I like, oh god, I gotta be away for more than a week and not play the end of this because I need to stream it. And, So depending on how much of a cliffhanger I leave it off on today, I may just have a special Ace Attorney game tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's get about the facts of the case from Mr. Gregson here. Inspector Gregson, sorry. The investigation. So, how is the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid.
Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you?
Get his ass, Iris. What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? How could you possibly know that? So they did catch them.
I had a feeling, that's all.
Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the 2 men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Good for her if she does. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, no visiting at all.
Oh!
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. No! Poor Sholmes!
Oh no!
He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know? Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding.
But he will be all right, won't he? It'll be able to make him better?
Oh, of course, your ladyship, he'll be right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
How do I know? Well, because, of course, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again.
Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley.
I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. Her ladyship, what's that about? I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper and we don't go in for favoritism.
But he's right. You do treat us differently.
It's 'cause of those Adventures of Herlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Really? Oh. I crop up in 'em, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's.
What did she write about the inspector, Iris?
I don't remember, really.
It was one of Sholmes's lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me? Eh? The very next month, my pay doubled! Doubled, I tell you! Ooh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Herlock Sholmes stories. They even set up a fan club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that it became such a toady to me.
Oh my god. Can you blame me? All it'd take is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. So you suck up to her just because you don't want her to write bad things about you in the story, not because you like her? Oh. Gregson. No. The great detective will say he's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. Iris, you gave him anxiety.
But that would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month when the new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
It was like quaffing it down. Oh, lovely. Oh, very much. That really hit the spot. Your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh, yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Does that have to do with Susato? Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. I knew it!
Dear Susie, is she all right?
She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe? Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To see the Chief Justice, right? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. Oh. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector.
Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice?
She didn't tell me, but I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Alright, I guess we'll investigate later. Lord Chief Justice's office.
Susie's waiting. We need to go and meet her.
Is he gonna make the birds fly again? British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow.
Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal.
Well, I guess it's very steampunk to you. How so?
I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you?
Good point. Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. What the fuck is going on, Susato? God, he's so tall. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart.
I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Excuse me? Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san! She made the birds fly this time. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's all this about? Why were you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow?
Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial?
You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. What the fuck is going on, Susato? Talk to me! Miss Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course I'm concerned. You're my assistant. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as has. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? Talk to me. It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba? If I may, I had a feeling he'd crop back up in the last case. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumei University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. And it seems he grows weaker day by day. Oh, I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. But that doesn't explain how you knew about the Hound of the Baskervilles. I can't believe this is happening. Gina's trial. So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes. She was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No! Not even 24 hours later? Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl in the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford to take the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. I have a feeling it is a concern of ours, or is gonna be. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is, it's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
She turned away her own public defender. That's her own fault. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and the defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? Oh! Hamazuchiya too! Hello, welcome back! Oh yeah, I saw that you followed. Oh wait, yes, you were here yesterday. Yes! Ah, welcome back! Things are getting tense over here in London town. A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. We did ask her. You'll find her at the local prison. I did tell her that. Yes, thank you. I think we might have jumped the boat at that one. I think we probably visited her too early. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. I think I probably saw Gina before the game wanted me to. Gina charged with murder. Susato-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris. We must make haste.
But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do?
As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mr. Sato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. I visited her before, but not with you. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go.
If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer.
This place is so much fun. I'm just itching to dismantle that huge clock.
I know. I figured.
Ginny must be feeling very lonely, I imagine.
April 16th, local prison, cell 13.
Ah!
Hello again, Gina. What are you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously.
I I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I?
Look, you can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow, I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable.
Susie?
Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. Oh shit, Susato. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths.
About what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies.
You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? I knew it! That's what I was thinking too. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? I knew it. The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. That's when Mr. McGilded discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had the cove's blood all over 'em. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Yeah, that's what we figured, right? Then Mr. McGilded started asking you... Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose? Who you were? And why you were hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did. Only... that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard, and about what he was gonna do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp him before the cops showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. You said Mr. McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw, but you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but... it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor, I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. Mr. McGilded heard that. Oh, McGilded heard that and dragged me out by me arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc. All bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at Wyndham Banks. So the music box was there, on the floor of the omnibus? The music box disc? Not for long. McGilded spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me. I want to mutter a word of it to no one, so it is important. Cause it was so dark under that seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and the footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh, cause I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported this. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear him talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I didn't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilded and the victim knew each other. So McGilded was lying, as I suspected. I knew it weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm and that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilded told me to hide back under the seat again. So I climbed in and waited. The 2 coves from up top ran to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right. And after they'd gone, McGilded asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take the coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibank's. The coachie snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see. What were McGilded's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. And there's something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? At all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. The fiend's taken me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You had to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. All right then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windibank so it is, and you're to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited. Any old fiend could come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now, if you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what it is that you won't? After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He'd hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGilded planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom, told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. Holy shit. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went back on in this... He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us. We was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have... When in a heartbeat, he could have had the lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone? Nowhere, that's where. So I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it, you must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what?
Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny.
Is it bad? Is he gonna be all right? Sholmes is gonna be all right, right? That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that. Mrs. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing.
Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
She did sign it. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now.
Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there?
I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Well, he can stuff it. Uh... 16th April, 1:26 p.m. Windibanks Pawnbrokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Ba-bum. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship! Oh, how? I don't believe it! How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Well, his like fatigue, settle my nerves. I'm gonna pound that shit back. Oh, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be all right if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened, through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. That's what they were saying. unfortunately. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taken forever, even with the lads working around the clock, because this is in the goddamn pawnbroker shop. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. Everybody keeps talking about that. What is it? That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come then, let us not waste any time. Susato, I hope you can sleep tonight with the packing. Ah yes, I like this music. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the Yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure, and even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime and a pawnbroker's. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime and a pawnbroker's. What's this? Oh, that's the glass from this broken lamp. That might be from the bullet that hit Sholmes. We'll have to see. There's the article ledger here in Mr. Windibank's notes, and what's this? It looks as though someone had left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look at the back. There's some writing.
Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie, show us.
Blood. 15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited, 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1 clearly is a very fine coat. In fact, I think...
Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though.
Seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper happened to have to hand.
Well, there's more than one like this, so... I have a feeling we have more than one. Wait. Gina gave us one, so what's this one doing? But this photograph of a cat... It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently.
Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier.
Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out! All right, let the cogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same. Well, turn them both around.
I've got it! These two photographs hide an amazing secret.
A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once.
Do you really want to know?
Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. So Iris, about these two photographic prints, the one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What's the amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints?
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not?
Have another look at them now.
Oh, we gotta spot the difference. The cats are angled slightly differently. Oh, they're supposed to be looked at in 3 dimensions, right?
Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other?
I think so. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between these two prints?
Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see.
No, I don't.
This pair of photographs, is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment.
Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as I've heard that word before recently? Oh, yes. That's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday.
You see, there it is, just over there.
Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch.
Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions.
What? Really?
Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have depth in the first place?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon, bless her. Bless her heart. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know.
Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Well, I just open them, and it works.
But the reason it works is because we have 2 eyes.
2 eyes. Shocking.
Try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye.
Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly.
Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the 2 views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see.
Ah, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right?
Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So, if you can persuade your...
Oh, this is Runosuke. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the 2 pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints?
Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand.
And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that?
Yes, but as long as you have 2 images, 2 eyes, and 1 brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really?
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope.
Oh god. My TV's pretty big. I hope I can do this. Maybe I'll look at OBS, see if this works. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Susato-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that?
I think I can. Cross my eyes? I think I can.
Watch me and see if you can copy.
I think I can. Susato!
Make your make your eyes do this.
Oh my god!
All right, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Can you do it?
There, how's that?
Oh my god, they're so cute. Help. I'm taking a screenshot. All right.
Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time.
Not exactly an easy task when 2 people are staring at you cross-eyed.
All right, that's enough practice. Now let's try it looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. And you should see 2 overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runo.
I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. I need to put a finger in front of my face to help. Yeah, it helps if I put a finger in front of my face.
Did the print split into 2 images for you? Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this and then try crossing your eyes again.
Okay.
The prints should slowly merge together until... they form a new single image in the center.
This is difficult. Oh, yeah! Oh, it's Susato. Oh, yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day. Oh, it's Susato. She looks so funny. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Runo.
Oh, fuck. All right.
Pretend you're looking through the 2 pictures and slowly cross your eyes.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Maybe I should look at OBS and see if this works. This is probably easier to do on 3DS, huh? Or maybe if I had my Switch in handheld mode. Let's see. I'm using my finger to try to use something to focus on. But it's just making everything blur out. I can't really tell. Maybe I need to back up. Oh. Oh, now I just see 4 cats. Oh, God. Help. Okay. Oh, I almost had it. Ah. So close, so close. Oh. Oh, so close. Come on. Oh, I had it. Oh, I could kind of see it a little bit. Oh, ow, my brain.
Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the images overlap exactly in the middle.
Like this, is it? I tried. I kind of got it.
There, you managed it. Now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo?
I wonder if the stereoscope works by cutting off, because when you look at that, the images turn into 4. And it's like the inside images, the images towards the middle, that form the 3D. So maybe the stereoscope blocks out. No, that wouldn't work, would it? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly.
No, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we?
If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here, then set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back end. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now.
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently.
But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them.
But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case.
Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. I feel like you probably will have to. So he started running out of places to write the receipts on and just started grabbing stereoscopic photos for the machine in his shop. All right, let's see. Yeah, what cat photograph? All right. Mr. Winterbank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. That's what I was thinking. 13th February, 9 p.m., 1 small box, 10 shillings. It's hard to know what the front and what's the reverse side now. Right, that was the box. One is for the box. And one is for the coat. This is the coat. And has blood on it. This is a ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Article deposited, 1 gentleman's overcoat. And the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Gotcha. 1 ticket's for the box, the other ticket's for the coat. Have anything to do with all this? What about the blood? Look, this dark red smear here appears to have been made by someone's finger.
Do you think it could be blood?
Do you see any red mark as blood, Iris? That's a bit morbid, I think.
But it's almost certainly blood, isn't it?
10-year-olds today. I think it's blood. I, the undersigned, agree to legal representation by the lawyer named hereunder in regard to the following incident. Ina Lestrade. Murder of Baker Street pawnbroker. Turning in law. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay. Alright, now that my brain hurts, I'm gonna look at the crime scene. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? Must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me.
But clearly, Mr. Wonderbank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. What about the broken lamp? I guess we just know it's there, huh?
That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Runo?
Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan.
Oh, wow, this'll be a treat. Shall we have a listen?
Oh wait, this is the same as before, isn't it?
What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound?
It's beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Oh, that's different.
Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word.
Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard, 10 years old. Oh, can I look at the thinker?
These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy.
Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example?
Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you all right, Runo?
Oh, it's just, well, It looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue.
That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever.
It's like I want everything now. It's like I want this horse statue so bad. So many clocks. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Oh, look at that! The calendar got all fucked up. Shh, keep it down. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here.
Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been in Omen days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over me shift. They really have a tough time, the British police.
That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it?
No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Let's take a look at that. Ah, look here. That got shot. I wonder if... No, that must be where Sholmes got shot, right? Oh god, is that his blood? It went through him? Yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry. It's all there in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris?
Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps.
In jest?
Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once.
Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet.
The trajectory seems rather straight on, but it's rather high up. What's that I mean, as far as I can tell, I don't know. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Yes, Herlock Sholmes. I know, right? Hello, Tess. How you doing? Yeah, so apparently, in the Japanese version, he's straight up Sherlock Holmes, and Iris Wilson is Iris Watson, but apparently the Arthur Conan Doyle estate was like, no, or something, so they had to do different names. But apparently Herlock Sholmes is an actual parody name that was done like a really long time ago. Like over 100 years ago. So it's a historical fake Herlock Sholmes name. It's one of those work is making me want to scream days, but there's not much I can do. Oh god, that sucks. Well, I hope this will cheer you up a little bit, even though the case is pretty depressing, but there seems to be plenty of comic relief, so hopefully that'll help a little bit. But yeah, Herlock Sholmes got shot, and I think this is the bullet that shot him. He's alive, though. He's just in surgery. We're worried about him. Is it blood? The suspicious red stain on the calendar.
Aha! I may well be able to help with that.
What?
There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo?
You're 10 years old. I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold.
There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Well, that's true, too. Yes, what a scientific observation. Be fun to listen in while I work on spreadsheets. All right. I wish you good spreadsheeting.
So you need this.
Oh no, what is that scary looking thing?
Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch.
Is it like luminol? It's turn of the century luminol. Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed.
There. Does it make sense now?
Yes, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see?
Yes, how wonderful.
The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash.
Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris.
Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's a bleeded great.
So, whose blood are we looking at then?
Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood different colors, so just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a flash.
It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. Can we spray the sample of blood analyzed, the special indicator developed by Sholmes? Different people's blood turns different colors. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio.
As long as I have the reagent left, sure.
Actually, there's a stain on the back of that one photograph. Yes, I was about to say. Isn't there? I think perhaps if we should see if that tells us anything. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Spray it, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Sato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget.
Oh.
I need to present it to her directly. Gotcha.
Oh, that looks like blood.
I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me.
I bet it's different. It's not green. That's my bet. I knew it. It's different. Look at that.
Yes, that's the color we haven't seen before, isn't it?
It's like bright purple. We must simply, like magenta, we must simply add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Oh, Del, thank you so much for shouting out Tess. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood...
Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is?
I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction.
That's right. I think it's clear.
Iris, you know as well?
You first, Bruno. Who do you think it belongs to?
All right, I believe that this is the blood of... Thrice-fired Mason. Thrice-fired Mason. Hmm?
You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course, I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim? Of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. But that would mean that this blood stain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Mr. Windibank's yesterday. I'm suggesting that the blood stain was already on it at that time.
So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago.
Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. It might very well have been from him. Now I ask yous, whose good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start... It might have been his thumb right there. I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope.
Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this.
Yeah. I deduced that. Nothing else, right? All right, so I'm gonna look around some more. I don't know if there's much more to look at here. Well, I guess the stereoscope. That's about it, huh? All right. Oh, I guess this too. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again.
Oh, yes, that's a folding stereoscope.
Really? This is a stereoscope? You guys are kind of talking about that earlier. Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions, but for that, he used the great big contraption over there.
Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. This little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself.
I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would keep my toilet sparkling clean, and it would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Oh no, that's also a Phoenix Wright thing. When he doesn't have anything to do, he's like always cleaning the toilet. That's another thing that was passed down through the generations. This is a strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Ah, man. I mean, I had an inkling, but that's because I'm playing the game.
Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it?
Here's the dog.
That's what Grexy said.
Salutations! Hi, Sam. This turned into murder. Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Winterbank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime.
Don't worry, if there are any clues in there, I'll find them.
Right, so I guess we can move in there now? Yep.
Grexy and his friends are working hard at their investigation, aren't they?
We could linger here a little longer, I think. Right, the storeroom where pawned items are kept until they're redeemed or forfeited. It's also where Mr. Windbank's body was discovered. Oh, cool. Nice. 16th April, Windbank storeroom. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbank's life was taken in this very room. Only last night. Wait a second. If this blood turns out to be the same color as the one on the calendar, his body was moved. Because the blood on the floor seemed to suggest the bullet went through him, because he was back facing up, and there was a bullet hole in his back. Ah! Wait, Inspector? What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard investigator would run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer, do you? Well... I've never seen a ladyship looking like that before is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? You're terrible at this. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Ah! Get his ass. Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw! You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. This is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. It is what it looks like. Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Woo, congrats. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door in the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside, but there's a giant ass window. You could like reach in there and lock it from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now though. Was that the police officers doing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No!
Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What?
The key to the store... What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. How's my buddy? How's Sholmes?
Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley all right? Is he?
The thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector. Please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well, out with it. Ah! Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body? Anesthetized? Is that even possible? Oh boy, we sure are in the year 1900. Means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my! Aw, fuck. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. Could be either one, or both. Well, anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch till he comes around again. Till he's asleep.
Hurley!
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way, of course. Well, I guess we might as well see what color this blood becomes. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line.
Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. This must be his blood, then.
Ah!
I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps...
Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action.
Oh, it is a different color. So the calendar really is Sholmes's blood. So now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood.
And it doesn't match our analysis of the blood stain we found in the main shop.
Yeah, I think that was Sholmes's blood. No, but let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway. So he probably was shot in here. That's not good. Box? Hello? Is this where the manuscript was? Out of all the articles in this snore room, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked.
Ah!
What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. I knew it.
Oh!
Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this is about. I had a feeling. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box at once.
Yes.
Is it gone? Ah! It was there! Iris' story was there, so it wasn't taken. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yes. I mean... Of course I believed Hurley when he said he'd deposited here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown. What's going on here? The gun. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life.
What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint.
Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. Oh. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, I knew it was his gun. I shall have to take my own life. And it only had one bullet loaded in it. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he?
Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired.
So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Someone could have planted it in Gina's hand, though, while she was unconscious. Gramophone! Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them.
I can't believe how many there are.
A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look! Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling about. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. See, he's always muttering to himself when he thinks he's just thinking. Bicycle. Anything else in here? That's about it. Is it? No. No, there's more to this. Iris?
Don't worry. I'm all right. But we must find the true culprit.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think that... Oh, wait. What's that drawer? Oh, it's not worth looking at, apparently. I guess that's it for in here. Well, I can try this again if I get lost. Oh my god, it's so cute. She types up all her manuscripts in pink paper. I can't find anything out of place. Oh. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? Susato, please tell us before you go back to Japan. I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's a rather thick manuscript. Oh, I like how this is organized. Sorry, this is totally Sholmes's. But I guess they'll get to that when they get to that. Actually, there's nothing in particular I think we need to show him. I think we're good. Maybe the blood would be useful for his investigation. I don't know. Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? We don't tend to share, Sunshine, not with the general public.
In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea?
Look. Tea sounds good right now. Maybe I'll make some when I take a break. Aw, lovely! Ta very much. I really hit the spot, your ladyship. You don't mind sharing that, then? Alright, I'll get out of here. Anything new in here? Not quite. Let's go somewhere else. Maybe Baker Street? I guess that's the police carriage. There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Windibank's.
I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home.
Poor Iris, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry. I was there. I should have done more.
None of this is your fault, Runo, so please, don't apologize.
But
It's the criminals who are to blame for all this, so let's investigate and work out how to catch them.
Yes, you're right. It's already been 2 months that we've been taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes's office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this.
When Hurley comes back home, let's have a big party.
That's a great idea. I'm sure it won't be long. Mr. Sholmes is very tough.
Yes.
Let's see, wait a second. Is the telegram still there? Can I read it now?
Oh, this looks like a telegram.
It is, but you mustn't open it. God damn it. Not under any circumstances.
All right, I won't. Now then, let's see.
No, what did I just say? You mustn't open it.
Don't worry, I won't. With this special concoction I've developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it.
No, that's not allowed either.
Oh, but I'm sure it's something important.
I agree. I wish Susato would tell us. Little geniuses can sure be mischievous. Oh, man, Susato's gonna have to pack all this up. Wait, I wonder if Iris will comment on Susato and Ryunosuke's stuff. Ah, the Daruma doll I brought with me from home, still with only one eye colored in. Decided to color the other eye in my first court case here in Britain, but...
That's cruel, only letting it have one eye.
Yes, but it's because I don't consider myself a good enough lawyer yet, you see. Once I become a fully fledged lawyer, Miss Susato will color in the other eye for me. Well, she's going back to Japan.
And well, in that case, why not color the other eye now? And then every time you win a new case, give it an extra eye.
Oh my god.
You can never have too many eyes, you know.
Call me crazy, but I'd never considered that. We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already.
Hurley's desk is far worse, you know.
I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk as messy as Mr. Sholmes's.
I wonder.
You don't think I can?
Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder, you know.
The path to true mess is long and arduous, it seems. Oh wait, whoops, the telegram. The only thing on Susato's desk I can look at is the telegram. All right, let's look at the tea. This is a Japanese tea ceremony set, Iris. So this is the tea set that Miss Susato brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter.
Susie's lovely green tea has had quite an impact on Hurley, you know. He stopped putting milk and sugar in his coffee, even. And Hurley is normally bitterly opposed to bitterness.
Wow. She's changing him. It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. But I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle.
about some tea, Bruno?
Thanks, Iris, but I'm all right for now. The green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time, and Iris's unique herbal infusions. This place is a paradise for a true tea lover.
If you're sure. You know I always have plenty whenever you're feeling thirsty.
Let's see if Iris agrees this is a shovel or a spade. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place.
Bruno, that's not a spade, it's a shovel.
I knew Iris was enlightened, just like Susato, that is in fact a shovel. Ah, you're a shoveler, aren't you? I had a feeling you'd pick me up on that. He's already calling them shovelers.
Oh no, a pick is something else entirely.
Now I've dug myself into an even deeper hole. Oh, that was cute. Okay, let's get out of here. Oops. Move, not examine. Lonely in here without, well, no, there wouldn't be any evidence in here. Right? The tea's all set out. It's an unusual way to make use of a huge metal chest as a table for tea and coffee. It's a very sturdy box, and I've noticed that it's always locked.
Ah, well, that's because that box contains some of my most important things.
But you have no intention of telling me more about, judging from that guarded smile. Well, we know, kind of, that it's the, you know, either her manuscripts or the original notes that her father took. Iris's little cushion for her feet, so cute. Yeah, there's no evidence in here. They have such a cute place. I guess we could go back to the prison. Yeah, here we go. 16th April, local prison, cell 13. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment.
Oh, but wait a minute.
What is it, Iris?
Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped.
Oh my! Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse.
Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course.
Not funny. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. You gotta be careful where you aim those great deductions. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms.
Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. Oh, most certainly. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime.
Yes. Come along then, Runo. Let's come along, Susie.
Well, the only other place I can really think of at the moment is the hospital. And of course, he's not here. Lord Chief Justice's office? Nope. Must be something at the crime scene then. There wasn't a— wait a second. What's past that? That's it. Maybe I gotta examine evidence. Yeah, I looked at this. Yeah, we got this. And that, right? Ah, yes. There's always a point in the investigation where you're like, oh god, what do I gotta make things do to go forward? Maybe... Wait, if I go out to the main pawnbrokery, I can talk to Iris, right? Maybe I need to show her stuff. Yeah. Alright. What if I show her the manuscript?
Oh, my manuscript.
Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Windibank's, and he had.
But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it?
I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose.
Oh, maybe. It's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines.
Yes, maybe. Wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris.
I know, I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists.
And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure, even if I didn't intend to.
Poor Ginny. This is all my fault, really. But she'll be all right, won't she? In court tomorrow, I mean.
I'll defend her with everything I've got.
So, she'll be all right? She'll be all right, won't she?
Am I that bad at instilling confidence? Would you mind if I showed you this, Iris? It's just a boring old thing, really, but...
Oh, I don't really like boring things.
Ah, it looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children.
I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with this is boring, but it's a bad habit. You should stop it.
I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Would you mind if I showed you this? Oh, yes. Just... Okay. Maybe we should re-examine some stuff here. That's the same. That's the same. Oh, there's more to the calendar. Okay. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow.
Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know? Like I said, everyone's blood is different.
I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. You could just prick your finger and spray it. Oh, the door? 3 golden balls. Oh, in front of the door.
That's right. That sign shows the shop is a pawnbrokery. A bit like your armband shows you're a defense lawyer.
And what's the significance of the 3 golden balls? Does it have some special meaning?
I expect Hurley would like to answer that question when he's back from the hospital.
You mean you don't know? Something Iris doesn't know! Oh, is that it? Oh, the cameras! Right? Where's the cameras? Where's the cameras? I forgot where they were hanging. Where are the camera? Where are the cameras? There were cameras around here. Where are they hanging? Come on. I know there's those security cameras. That's gotta have stuff. Maybe the police took them down. I don't see them. They were like up high, right? I expect that'll probably be shown in court tomorrow. We gotta find some way to go forward. Alright, what if we go back to the scene of the crime? Maybe there's something else I can do. Maybe I'll try showing Gregson everything. Maybe there's something he'll talk about. Oh, Inspector, what do you make of this? Ah, what have we here, then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for McGilda's overcoat, the one that the little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? No, I didn't mean to,
Bruno's right, Gregsy. This isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask?
This is a second ticket.
A second one? It seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. This is what I needed to do. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat. Eh? You mean to tell me... Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Maybe that's the second article that guy was looking for. And he just didn't find it? Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it?
Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles. I will. I'll go barking. He's gonna bark. There's just no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, sunshine. See, Iris, you gave this man anxiety. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? So it should be out in the shop proper.
Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months.
So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger.
Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. How very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Yeah, this is what I needed to do, definitely. Oh. All the clocks going off at once.
Ah!
I nearly jumped out of my skin.
I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How can Mr. Windibank such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set out to scare anyone. He just made sure all the clocks were running at exactly the same time. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind.
Don't you remember, Bruno? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did.
Yes, you did!
The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Well, I guess we can hurry back here again and look for the box later. _16th April, 5:41 p.m., local prison, cell 13. Ah, Gina, good. You're back.
Ah!
The police must have finished questioning her then.
Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful?
Oh, didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibank's. Oh, right.
Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy.
What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it.
That's not...
Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you? Or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right. I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Yeah, poor Naruhodo has been accused of murder twice. Oh, all right then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windibank's that night. It looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason and thrust it in Gina's face. Or could I present it to... Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. I'll just do that first. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah! Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank's showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? All right, yeah, this Baskerville's story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? That's a lot. So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you?
No. Ginny, how could you?
What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the mantle script, or whatever you call it, was really there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. That's what we were trying to get out of you, for Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But
I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it.
well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced lawyers, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had a look.
If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him.
Oh, Ginny.
Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. To break into Mr. Windibank's shop for me. For my peace of mind.
All right, all right. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibank's? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway, last night when I was listening to what you were saying.
Stories about Daddy?
You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah.
You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny.
Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ate this chummy nonsense. Do you hear? I ate it. He's like, don't be corny, don't be sentimental. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. We don't believe you. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there. Oh! Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Dried blood? Are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. I guess I'll ask her about representation in court after. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina, they're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? But blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So, could it be that blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night?
Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get the results much faster than anything else.
Take it easy, Iris. You know, this is revenge for you, like, blowing smoke grenades at everyone. Now you get smoke grenaded.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Oh.
Purple? No one was purple. No! Oh! Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh my god! McGilded was guilty! McGilded murdered him, and he somehow got all the blood off of the overcoat. Maybe it was waterproof or something. McGilded killed him! Holy shit.
Oh.
Oh my! What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in...
The whole coat is covered in blood.
Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. That must be why. That's why you only noticed them on the cuffed sleeves rolled up. Mr. McGilded must have rolled the sleeves down and then, you know, sent the coat off to be dropped off at the pawnbrokers so no one could ever, so that it never got into the hands of the police to analyze. The blood has reacted with the chemical to turn it a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see.
Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. It really was McGilded. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. Shit. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a bleeding fella from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, would I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. No. If that's what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered all over the McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. He might have died immediately after, but you got a murderer off. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Well, you wouldn't be here otherwise, man. They would have sent you back to Japan. And where would Gina be then? Where would Soseki be then?
Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent?
I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing, those you represent in court, is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon?
Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie, which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? His kind eyes, I miss them. Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. Kazuma! What's funny, Gina? Core. Sounds like I'm in this Empire Japan. Sounds like in this Empire Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now, Mr. I'm a Believer lawyer over here. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down for whether or not I can feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I feel unwaveringly that I can trust her. She was being coerced. Now she's got nobody. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruto. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue, and I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you all into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you chose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in Her smile is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Susato! Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Are you crying? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Easton Law or I know what you are. I don't get you. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out all right in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there— What? Show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Mrs. Sato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh, shit. Hello, Gregson. I suppose you are using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. Oh, you read about ninjas? If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Rexy!
Oh, dear me, I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening in on our conversation?
Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta! Toodaloo! Cheerio! All the best! Bye, bye, and bye! That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will... Well...
Emergency?
Lord Strongheart? Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway, I'm off! I think we should go there.
All right, Grexy, if you have to, but let's chat soon.
I'm curious. I think we should go there. Delighted, charmed, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere.
Rexy's so funny. He says such silly things.
It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I want to go. I must attend to the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. I want to go to the Supreme Court. I want to see what's happening. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Sir? Tomorrow... Susato-san would be leaving Great Britain and making her way back to Japan. 16th April, 11:13 p.m., Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. That was technically today, huh? Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? To tell me about the telegram? The Hounds of the Baskervilles thing? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. I was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said that I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. That was a very nice turn of phrase, Ryunosuke. You're getting better at expressing yourself. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear, that all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry, I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. No, please, come back. Talk to me some more, Susato. Tomorrow's departure. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. Holy shit, that's only like, you only got 5 hours to pack, girl. You're not gonna be able to sleep. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry. I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. Susato! One final task. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Your book? Some huge bundle of documents? It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. But how did you know about the Hounds of the Baskervilles? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite get what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. No, Susato, please, 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 keep talking. No! How do you know about the Hounds of the Baskervilles? Girl! Not like this. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. How do you know about the Hounds of the Baskervilles? Good night. Oh, Susato-san, you look so upset. Wait, there's something I need to say. Hiya! What? What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, girl, why? There's something I need to say. Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Susato! Susato! Susato-san. It had truly been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically, mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed and I fell into a deep sleep. Susato never got to tell us how she knew about the Hounds of the Baskervilles. 17th of April. Wait. The small hours. St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Hello? Is Mr. Sholmes waking up? Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Oomst. Hello? So, you're feeling better, huh? Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. Is this... On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. Is this Susato? I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. I knew it! I knew it, my dear madam. I knew it. What are they talking about? What is going on? What's going on? Ah! The singer! The cliffhanger! Ah! Susato! When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. Oh, and a shitty day on top of it all. So began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. What the fuck is gonna happen today? Oh! 17th April, 9:32 a.m., the Hold Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. Okay, I'm gonna... oh my god. I'm gonna take this opportunity to take a little break and then we can go into the court fresh, right? So, if y'all need to drink some water, get a snack, I'm gonna do the same thing and make some tea like I was mentioning earlier, so I'll be back and I'll leave you with the before court music. All right, thank you so much for your patience. I am back, and like I said, I have some tea. Actually, I haven't tried it yet. Let me give it a sip. I think it's cool enough. Ooh, still hot, but it's tasty. And it's proper British black tea. Well, not really. It's pumpkin spice tea, but the base is black tea, so I guess that makes it British enough. And I've got, for some reason, when I was streaming earlier, I had a real hankering for some chunky monkey ice cream I had in the fridge, so I also got myself some ice cream. So, with refreshments and treats in hand, I will go boldly forth into what's sure to be a nightmare trial. Let's go. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. You know, I noticed no trials in this game so far have gone more than a day. So I wonder if we will actually go for more than a day here. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, are in the fancy dress. Susarto, or however you say it, I don't know. She told you, right, she was leaving. Ah, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You all right with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's too late. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so, but you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two! Ah! She's got Wonga! Hi! Hello, baby!
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Ah!
Iris, what are you doing here?
What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy?
I love her and him, Wagahai.
Oh, Waggy!
Great way to show your support, kitty. That's just cat being cat. Now we got a cat loose in the Old Bailey. Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do?
Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno?
Ginny, don't tell me the bad news is that the Reaper is taking on the case, right? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Barrack Van Six is taking the trial.
No, I always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad.
Yes, that's the question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
All right, then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Oh, interesting. Muddy. Huh? The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port.
Gosh, yes. Oh my god. Does she have to be waylaid here anyway? We get Susato back anyway? Yes! Alright then, so what's the good news?
Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make it up for the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
I couldn't give a monkey's, really. Only all good news canceled out the bad.
And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes and pick purse plunder. See?
How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Runo will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
Oh, yes. Let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here.
Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still.
Are you gonna be my partner in court? I don't have to be alone.
Oh, I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
Iris is gonna be my partner in court. Oh. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris.
Yes, Ginny?
Well, I was wondering, is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up all right?
Yes. The operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet.
No, he definitely woke up.
I've asked a friend of mine in Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. But he's already awake, so... Wait, is he pretending to sleep? Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. How sad. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then.
Yes. Let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Runo.
Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Asuma, why did you have to die? 17th April, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. I knew it! I knew it! Oh no, I guess she's doomed now, because it's the Reaper! Ooga booga booga! Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks? My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. And there are some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior. It's always only when Ryunosuke is around. You got a crush on me, don't you, Van Zeeks? I had to get something. Finally, someone's calling him out for this. There's a pattern. It's because Ryunosuke's here. I mean, the judge has been the judge for all 3 of those, doesn't he? Can't he put that together like, oh, wait a second. Naruhodo here has been the lawyer, the defense in all of the cases you've come back for. In what one might describe as your former life, 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. And last time was just a stabbing. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. You mean like McGilded?
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Wait, so you're only coming up to It's because you're racist? It's not because you like me, it's because you're racist? That's literally why you've been prosecuting my case? It's because you're racist? Are you serious? What? Did he really just say that?
He means you. Now, Runo?
I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? Is this a personal thing? It's like, oh, a Japanese guy betrayed me. Now all Japanese people are like traitors. Is that what happened? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Jesus. Okay. Okay, Manzeeks. This man is wildin'. And alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. So probably if Kazuma had lived, Lord Zeeks would have like been singling him out too. Now jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. So it's truly at random in this day and age. They don't actually interview anyone to see if there's any biases. She's back! Wait, the guy on the right is that Russian guy. Wait. Have we seen that guy middle left before? I think they ran out of budget. They're reusing a lot of people. But that girl, I thought she was gonna come back up, the maid. She was in that picture for the stereoscope. Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Man, you and your wife got pulled in for jury duty like 2 months apart, huh? Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. You're new, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. Well, something tells me stereoscopes are gonna be relevant.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have?
Were you a doctor the whole time? And now you're a telegraph person, not a typist? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. You're that Russian guy. Mouse. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. I knew that was gonna come up too. Is something wrong right now? I've met almost all these people before. Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know?
So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facets of the case. As you wish, my lord. Jesus, okay. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank. That was his first name, Pop? Because when you sell things at the... When you give things to the pawnbroker, it's Pop in them? proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what is that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself, or someone who had tripped. Someone, like the accused, you might say. Oh! The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In a sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. Oh! It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl just a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt just because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo.
I think that's because it has. There goes the cape. We haven't even started and the cape's already off. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th April of this year. Is it the Shakespeare guy and the Leighton guy? No, it's not. But those two sure look very suspicious. And they do look like the 2 silhouettes that Mr. Naruhodo tried to chase. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Nash Skulkin. Why has one got a pear and one got an apple? Name's Ringo Skulkin. Ringo, you're holding an apple. Oh wait, Nash! Nashi means, pear in Japanese, and Ringo is apple in Japanese. Holy shit, okay. Ringo Skulkin.
Occupation's, same as him.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard investigator. Nash. Yeah, Nash. Nashi is pear in Japanese. That's so funny. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. Well, there's a third one who's not here. You're not related to them, are you? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Oh my god, these guys are so funny. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through?
It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we came across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Big Bruv Sulky.
Come on! Leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin? That's before he's run out of chips. Sulky. That's funny, though. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. And assault on Mr. Sholmes! Thieves, are they, these three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence, ain't it? Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Me and Mr. Skulkin. You will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. Cause a skulkin's never skulkin'.
They're so cute. Get out of it. Illegal entry. He was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, cool blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what. The door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet. That's wrong. You shot Sholmes. You didn't go nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. The precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. These witnesses' testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom for the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes.
What's the matter, Uno?
Sorry, I I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair on the stand. I know that's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gaff door was ajar, see?
Hold it!
The front door of Windibanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1. Right, Ringo?
Yeah, I say so. Right, Sulky?
How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo?
I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky? You me old mucker?
Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection.
That is pure conjecture. Ha, perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the victim, presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it?
It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we were said at the time.
You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it.
It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks just like our bruv.
I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. Well, once we got inside, cold blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back of the room.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yup, just the one, governor. I can swear to that.
It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv?
The firearm used to belong to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Windibank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windibank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by.
And the door was in behind a curtain and all?
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me more. Tell me, exactly why did you try to open that door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, your turn to wrap it, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah, I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Japanese friend, it would seem, is of the former. All right, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet. Now that is bullshit.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? Yeah, Bedlam because of you guys.
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me Lucy lockets.
So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say?
That's right, governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nimblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, me Lucy lockets.
So, you'd clearly like us to believe...
Come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was.
Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital.
The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. The Skulkin brothers' gun. They also had a single round fired, okay. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that this was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny of this trial. I can, though. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night. I do have evidence. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? That would be the blood samples.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What? What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? That would be this.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears that the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates a separate shot has been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Yeah! Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup? We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Tell us, set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired by the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. So that's it? So that's it. Oh my god, they missed every single one of their secret handshake. That's it! We didn't have nothing to do with it!
We didn't, Nash, we didn't! That's what I reckon!
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas?
We're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let's take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where is he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me, don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh! That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. I knew this would come up in court. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m. 8:30 p.m. 9 p.m. 9:30. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite a desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. I may refer to the court's plan of the premises. Their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Hey, that's a bit of fry a tuck, eh, bruv?
Lady Luck loves a skulkin'.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Why are they so funny? They shot Herlock Sholmes. Why are they so funny? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv?
Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let's examine the evidence. Good lord. Oh, god damn it, Gina. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. God damn it, Gina. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite! One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. God damn it.
I don't believe it, Jimmy!
In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Oh yeah, he's the chief of this jury, huh? Mr. Garadeb. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Mauiwan in 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see? The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading the small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. Not all of them are men. And we'll all go down together. You mark my words. For one for all, and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning on this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Gotta do this every time. Gotta do the summation examination every single time. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points to the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketier. Oh my god, what a word. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in the stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there will be repercussions by now. You weren't the surgeon of Mr. Sholmes, were you? You didn't leave anything inside of him, did you? Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transition, a verdict to follow. Stop. In motherland, we say, never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. A storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action in the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see.
Agreed.
I wish we could... Maybe at some recess, Gina will tell us what the fuck actually happened that night. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. The defense's rebuttal. The evidence clearly points to the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketier.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garida, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Oh, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's the turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. This is why they need to interview jurors The curse of the Geradeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning toward guilty here, obviously. Uh-oh. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-pursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rance magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London's streets. Oh, of criminals, gotcha. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum, having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, all right. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Oh, those 2 are different. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement? Contradictory? Contradict. C-O-N... Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. You do have a mouse, it's so cute. As juror number 2 said before, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Abdomen. A-B-D. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before, we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective? This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now! It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. Don't strangle the poor mousey. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Ah.
If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey! Mr. Prosecutor!
Cooey? Tut tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. That's right, he was always, trying to be silent. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Wait, I feel like I should say that. I should re-say this. Tut tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then? As far as I can tell.
The lamp. Nothing has been taken. The lamp was shattered by the bullet. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print, but I see a broken lamp. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good! You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Oh my god.
Hey, well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose, but there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn the situation in to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Thank you. Yo, what in the world? Which part, Tess? I think there's a lot of things you could say. Do you mean about the big scales and the flames? Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. I think we can. Okay, so... It's so over the top. Alright, so... In this game, there's a jury. And they literally, go... throw fire into the, into one scale if they think they're guilty, and into another scale if they think they're innocent. And so they gave it a unanimous guilty, and now we have one chance to change their minds. And so this guy changed from guilty to not guilty, so the balance of the flaming, I know, the flaming scales are slowly tipping. In lake of lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore I say not guilty verdict. I wish I could press him to be like, hey, aren't you that? Oh, oops. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey.
Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up, radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airways to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh yeah, this guy who's all about the stereoscope doesn't seem to like that, huh?
Excuse me.
Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had to pair photographs from the crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, you could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What?
Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
Absolutely. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Oh, more than one thing did shift.
Take that!
All right then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
All right, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera on Windibanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the position of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly.
Is that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures? It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important.
So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene in 3-dimensionally anyway.
Oh. Ooh. Of course, now I see.
Ah, I think the young girl has discovered the secret.
I have.
I also need to screenshot this one. She's so... Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
Have another look at these 2 photographs from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them?
Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Okay, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. All right, I'm gonna try it again with my finger and see if it works. All right, focus on my finger. This is so hard to do on a TV screen. I know it's different. It's just, I just wanted to see if I could do the trick. All right, I know what I'm looking for anyway. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait.
Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno?
Yes, I saw it. Ah! What's going on with these two pictures? Yeah, that. Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Oh my god, they're all... Why is this so funny? Van Zieg's has one of those home stereoscopes. Yes, 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 that's it, you see? It does have a practical purpose, who knew? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions.
Yes, there must have been.
Now hold fire there, sir! Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say? But where the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea.
You know, Bruno, it's quite simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means... That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Sulkers! Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know that the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Can I? I didn't think that far. Can I look at... I want to look at my... these two? Oh, Ringo's the older brother. Oh, they're like Mario and Luigi. I don't know. Who shifted the stuff on the counter? I gotta think. Gino's on the... If only I could look at the court record right now. Fuck. Sholmes? His blood splattered all the way on the other side of the shop, so... It couldn't have been him. It could have been Windabank.
Gina. Everything would have been. I'll try Windibank, see if that'll get me anywhere.
Take that!
Quite clearly, it was the work of this meddler. See, thank you, that wasn't it then. Now I can look at the court record, okay. Everything was kind of shoved aside. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. A bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Windibank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun on hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and this poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Yeah, nothing else suspicious about the gun, huh? Fuck. Well, there's only a few possibilities of who it could be, so I'm just gonna... I'm afraid you've digressed there, Counsel. Oh. It should now be clear, even to you, who is responsible for the unimpeachable shift in direction in this trial toward the absurd. Let me guess. Me? Shift aside, my Nipponese friend, and let the real lawyers do the talking. I really felt that one.
If you think about it, it has to have been someone who was in Windibanks and everything was going on, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. That's one of the people I tried. Well, yes, that's true.
So, that narrows it down quite a lot, I think.
No, I agree. I'll have another think. We know somebody must have touched the things on Mr. Windibank's counter, so who was it? It could have been... Gina? Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Yeah, of course, I can tell you. Okay, who was it? Was it Gina?
Take that!
It was Gina. Quite clearly, it was the work of the... Oh, okay, that wasn't it either. It was one of the brothers. I should probably just load my save. One of the brothers, but which one? I don't know.
Take that!
There's the witnesses. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. All right, so if either brother worked, Because that's what I thought at first was the brothers, but I was like, you can only present one person. So I was like, which brother? I don't know. So I guess it works if you present either brother. Okay. Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phrase book says dukes meaning hands and Lucy Lockets meaning pockets. What, this? Another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that? I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't think it would be her, you know? And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem as my learned friend indicated that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop. Giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not be at least right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. Yay! Use his head. Oh my god, at least he's not getting gunk on things. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. I guess they do have very specific and niche practical uses. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. That's what we needed. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this rune now. You never know when it might come in useful.
Is that the one Van Zeeks was just using? Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but all right. You're just jinxing it now, Renosuke. Lord Van Zeeks. You will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Wish Gina would tell us what happened that night from her perspective. That would help a lot. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination? Oh, yeah, Governor.
I did, Gov. I did.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Court, blimey!
This is gonna be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets.
However, that was a lie. You brothers.
Court, blimey!
On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? Oh.
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again.
Oh!
A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We'll hear you. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Legal entry, the whole truth. All right, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying.
Went flying? I didn't know about going flying. Lummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next.
We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight back into him in the black.
We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no.
That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it hardly sounds like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. All right, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Are you sure? And why were you there? If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place?
Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble. No, you're gonna land yourselves in more trouble if you lie.
And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well,
that's rotten luck.
Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up.
Yes, to intimidate them, please, Van Seeks.
Oh, sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and that stuff went flying.
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, all right? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big Bravia, like quote-unquote big Bravia screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette. What walked over a picture frame? What walked scales on the floor? You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket! Me granny would have been scared to death, scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM! What's going on?
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony? You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. Wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave them then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it? Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did! Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. Yeah, that wasn't bad. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door, behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank? On me granny's life, course it was. On his granny's life, course it was. Don't you guys have the same granny? So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice? So that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, counsel, indeed it would. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke all in the fancy club is giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot. causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counters scattering over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after, like good little boys. In fact, the way I see it.
The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so we should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other. Wait, there were 2 guns? There's 3 guns in this whole thing? I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mine. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. Usually his own. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief. Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper.
But he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun."
And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun.
Bam! Kind of thing.
Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet.
After that, we done a slapdash dynamite the place up.
Lomi and Naf give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out of the door to get us next. So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life!
It went deadly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up in me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening.
Yes, of course. I was locked from the inside. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside.
Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? You did. There was a window. Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom, like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps.
Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see, but one day we'll really cut the mustard.
Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there unconscious with a gun in her hand. To confirm, it would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom?
That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in the black.
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there.
We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when your lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice.
Truth be told, me mind went totally blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental note made, miss.
After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers of Summit, so they clapped the darbies on us like a winkin'.
And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Oh, well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh?
We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that?
What? Well, because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windbank. Well, that's not what they said before. Correct.
You've got it, mister. Down to a T.
Oh, I had them mixed up.
You've got it, mister. Down to a T.
That contradicts something. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? Do I have to press that previous statement? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony?
What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I've no proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that into your brain, and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling like you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think she's 10 years old. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Yeah, she is very mature. Yeah, see, that's...
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, I bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them gums at each other must have gotten pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot."
Didn't really sound like you meant it much.
Yeah, that's a little suspicious, right? He certainly didn't... And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. So I guess pressing this point again won't and we had the sound of someone hitting the deck. I can't. The fuck? Maybe this is what I gotta... Let's see. You said it was locked. That doesn't make any sense. I just don't know if this is the thing to prove it. I'm gonna try it.
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't it. But I failed to see the connection. Oh, and for heaven's sake, would you please desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look you are wont to wear? But it's the only panic-stricken look I know. All right, I'm gonna save. It's like, it's blatant, but what's the proper way to show it? Since apparently pressing these statements again isn't doing the trick. Yeah, I saved, didn't I? I think I did, just double checking.
Objection!
That wasn't it either. Damning, you say? Look at you, Counsel. I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. Huh? It seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here, with the misplaced confidence of your assertion. Alright, I'll load the save.
Hold it!
Is this the same too? It's not true. Maybe this is it.
Objection!
There we go. That's what it is. You're saying that on the night in question... Yeah, this is a more clear inconsistency. Yeah, I should have thought of this before. The victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it. Yup. You've got the picture.
Yes, Nash, yes, no question.
And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken at a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, Counsel. Yeah, that's right.
Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh?
Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. But that's not what's weird. It's weird that they made that assertion in the first place. Continue with the cross-examination, Counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Bloke, what? So that was weird. That was like a objection that was true, but didn't do anything. Interesting. Maybe now I can press again.
Hold it!
Yeah.
Hold it!
Damn it. Yeah.
Hi, Bruno.
Okay. I think I should save again. Ow, Stella, don't scratch my knee! Leave me alone, kitty! I'm in the middle of trying to figure this out, kitty. Alright, let's see, let's see. Mason Milverton. Oh, that's his full name. This is the first time we're getting his full name. So Mason was his first name, not his last name. Lord Barrack Van Zeeks. Maybe we should take a look at this. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. How awful for Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Divers, Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yeah, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger how? Pickpocket. Oh, maybe this is what I can do. What's this? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Hello? For a 10-year-old. Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Reno? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Let me try this. Oh, that doesn't line up with this, though. Shit, that's not the way to go about this. The back. That doesn't make sense. Okay, this one I'm gonna try presenting the autopsy report. I might be getting ahead of myself here, but
Objection.
yeah, that didn't work. I feel like I'm gonna be doing a lot of loading and saving with this case, huh?
Objection!
Yeah, it didn't work either, I had a feeling. At least they have a variety of fuck-ups, dialogues in case of a fuck-up, I mean. Oh, jeez. I know what I want to say, I just wish I could take one piece of testimony and present it against the other. I already pressed everything. Where's that map again? Relative positions of the main shop in the rear storeroom. Oh, I forgot to put that in here. Yeah, this needs to get modified, and then I'll probably save the game again. Alright, what's the thing to do then?
Objection!
No, that didn't work. Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? Oh god. Oh. Oh great. Okay. These two freaking fruits. This pear and this apple. I'm gonna crush them. How did you know he was holding a gun? Yeah, see, shooting from the back doesn't make sense.
Objection!
Oh, this was it? So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Really? This was the evidence? Okay. Let's see where this goes. Was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture?
Yes, Nash, yes, no question.
And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description.
You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
Yeah, that mole taller used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam!
There's also something wrong with that. It came in from the back. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? The crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony. It would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Now I can show the autopsy report. Goodness, I was getting ahead of myself. Are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. All right, I'm confident this time. Where's the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? The autopsy report. According to their testimony, the witnesses claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and the attacker would have been facing each other. Yes, we're getting there. We're getting there. I keep getting ahead of the game. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Yeah!
But it's the God's honest truth.
It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. I thought you didn't see him at all that night.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Some like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash, yeah!
Order, order, order! More perjury, eh? Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Well, the thing is,
I weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. Stella, don't do that. I made it quite clear that false witness or false testimony would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your testimony with renewed lies? Never so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we,
cut it out, Nash, cut it out.
if we blab now, you know what it'll do to us.
He?
Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Rob, come on, the game's up. But, he'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well... Do we have to?
On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed. Hey, Stella, don't do that. Then he flew at us like he was possessed. We thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Stella!
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time,
Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank?
Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right.
We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. We never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped out from. Only place he could have been.
So it would seem that the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises.
Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at that time?
What, that mole tooler? Couldn't tell ya.
No way, Carver. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door.
Oh, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim, Mr. Windibank, wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blimey, lummy! A great ugly barrel he had pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time. Is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean... For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
That got tangled in some marionette, knocked over a picture frame, knocked them scales on the floor.
So, in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter? Well, Big Bruv here went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then old geezer pinned him.
He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through the door to the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank?
No, never. I was just, you know,
looking out for me, bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened. Looking out for me, bruv. He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it?
yeah, that's it.
He shoved me away. You look like you're lying again, sir.
Then he ran off through that door and shut himself in.
You don't seem... There's something about that last remark. Y'all are sweating again. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom.
He didn't. What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again?
I have no idea. That is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me brother here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. Well, it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. Sole person who could have possibly shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank? There could have been, because there was a hole in door. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did?
What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect to 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord.
Are you all right, Renault?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there is a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. All right, I'm gonna save. I know what I want to say. That he could have been shot in the back through the little door, the little flap on the door that Ryunosuke looked through. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Could have fired it from here.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And this, in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? In here.
Take that!
I like how I managed to put the cursor on the exact right spot twice. That was funny. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. Well, even if the door was shut, we could use the flap, so we'll see. That these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Yeah, that's actually an even better argument than I was thinking of.
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Ah, of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it still would have entered his body at an upward trajectory. Ooh, smart.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank. It could be either of them.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Hey, Stella. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. The scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? That would be Gina.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You are suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. For her own safety, because there is a guy with a gun? Well, I'm inclined to agree. What? I must say, well, counsel? Ah, yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. Because there was a guy with a gun. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't
Exactly, Iris. Iris and me sharing brainwaves right now. Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life. Yes, exactly. But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. You literally shot Mr. Sholmes. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look shady as a dense forest.
That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know, first time ever, and probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict if not.
An admirable effort, my learned friend. Yeah, there's a couple of problems with this assertion, unfortunately, and I could see it coming. The guns. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatant, malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What, do you take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks? What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw, the guns. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me you're unaware of your own logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zieks, might be an idea to explain this baldy conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Also the photograph. Assuming you've not too dim-witted to count bullets. Yeah, exactly. The guns, yeah. By George, count bullets!
Oh dear. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about? Ryunosuke, you're so silly. Iris and I are on the same wavelength. Iris and I share the same brain cells. I say more than one brain cell because Iris is like 100% brain cells. Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. 1. 2 bullet. What? Wait, what? Where's the other bullet? Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Where's the bullet that hit? Where did they find the bullet that hit? Wait, indeed. Where did they find the bullet that hit Windibank? The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Miss Windibank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. That's true. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Yeah! Order, order, order! There goes the bottle. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks. Well, that's it's been a long time since you asked to pray forgive the discourtesy. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession 1 more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded is to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc, McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank. The accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. As a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Van Zeeks? Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Oh shit! Lord Van Zeeks is playing with fire. He's taking on the government. The prosecution wishes to proceed, but with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Jesus. Hey, maybe we can test the blood now. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. I want to look at the disc. Oops.
Oh, Runo, look! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Stella! Don't do that!
Haha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever.
Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Yay, we can test it. Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash!
Psst. What does Benedict's blood look like? Right? Wait, what? Was that not Benedict's blood? That's Mason's blood. What's going on? Yeah, wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Ah! There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo.
My lord! Hello? I wonder if I might say something at this point? Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's baldy obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Summation examination number 2. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
Guilty.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Is that, Herlock Sholmes's favorite quote?
That's my line! I wrote that for Hurley!
Oh, Iris wrote that for Hurley. Aw.
Oh, how dare you use it against us!
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we... So, Herlock never actually said that line. It was Iris who did. Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Yaradep Squadron primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say that the whole case is done and dusted. Where's the other bullet, though? Did we ever establish that? Did we ever actually find the bullet? Because that's news to me. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here.
Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. What the fuck's with that anyway? The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Really? It would seem that there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair, Iris. The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Once a rogue, always a rogue. I want to press her.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes? Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. Yes! Yes, there is a bullet missing! I've never seen where the other bullet went. Oops. 1 or 2 guests, rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. How about 1 bullet? I can't prove it yet. Right? I'll look at this stuff. Would there be a 3rd bullet? Well, I only know where 1 bullet is. That's 1 bullet. That's the only bullet we have. See, no bullet here. No bullet here. Pray tell, where was the bullet found? Did it stop? Wait. Was it? Did they find the bullet inside of him or not? It's not very clear. Because it looks as though he's bleeding from the chest, right? But that's... Ah! Oh my goodness, Kiwi! 2 days in a row! Oh my goodness! Welcome Raiders! Kiwi, thank you so much for raiding me again. I really appreciate it. Oh, how was your stream? Surprise! Yeah, hello Zyper. Kiwi raid! Hello, not your mother. Kiwi, how was your stream? Were you doing art? Oh, needle felting! Oh, hooray! Oh my god, I was literally just debating with myself. Okay, so I'm on the last case of this game, and I know it's gonna be lengthy and juicy and stuff, but I'm going out of town next week for Thanksgiving. But tomorrow's usually my needle felting stream. But I've been wondering, should I needle felt or should I try to finish this case tomorrow and make sure the game's all wrapped up and done by the time I leave? Oh, a little frog chef guy holding some bread? That is the most precious thing I've ever heard. I want to see it. Ah! I'll look at your VOD if you don't have pictures, but that's the most precious thing I've ever heard. How long is left in the game? I don't know. I know the 5th case has to be the longest. I'm in the trial day now, but I don't know if it's going to be a multi-day trial or what. I really have no idea, but I feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions, so I have quite a few hours ahead of me, I feel like. But if I don't finish it tomorrow, and I know I want to do Final Fantasy XIV on Sunday, I would be leaving this thing hanging for a week. I don't know if I could bear it. I'm really debating here. But yeah. But anyway. Yeah. I've been on the same case for 5 hours. Yeah. Anyway, Raiders, if you weren't here yesterday, my name's Katie. And I've been streaming story games like this. This is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The game has 2 games in it. The 2 games that were released in Japan, and I'm at the end of the first game. Or the last case in the first game. I don't think I'm at the end of it yet. But, yeah, it's been very compelling. And I do a lot of story games like this 3 days a week. Saturdays, I usually do needle felting, which is how I met Kiwi here. But I'm debating whether I should finish Ace Attorney tomorrow or if I should needle felt. I guess I'll see how I feel at the end of this today. And Sundays I play Final Fantasy XIV. And then I don't stream Monday and Tuesday. That's usually my week. And yeah. I suppose I should get on with it a bit, but actually I was in the middle of trying to using my brainstorming. Let's see. So we were looking at if there was a possible 3rd bullet at the scene. What I'm confused about is that I don't know if there's even 2 bullets. There were 2 shots fired. And we've only found 1 bullet though. I thought the bullet went completely through the victim because of this. I know it looks blue, but that's the blood stain. Figured that was flowing out of his chest, right? In order to get all over the place like that. But speedrun the game, go crazy. Ah, yes. Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow which one I end up doing then. But thank you for the input, Kiwi. Definitely needle felting by the time I get back that Saturday. But yeah, I guess I'll have to make up my mind when I'm doing tomorrow. Let's see. So. But the thing is the autopsy report is very vague as to whether the bullet was found inside the guy. It's a bullet wound. They didn't say they found the bullet in there. It entered the body from the back on a gently rising trajectory. But that's not clear if the bullet was found inside of him. That hasn't been submitted as evidence either. There's been no ballistics done. So, what I want to know is where's that 2nd bullet? But a 3rd bullet, it might actually be impossible. I'll just say it's impossible. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were they though? Were they? Where's the 2nd bullet? Oh, go get some grub. Absolutely, Kiwi. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it so much. And, yes, I'm always going and grabbing dinner after I stream. You go get some grub. Hope it's delicious. Thank you so much for the raid. Only 2 bullets were investigated by the police. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, that's what I'm wondering. Where's the other bullet? I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. You should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. Sounds like a crime scene to me.
A third bullet.
It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? What about a second bullet? I only know of 1 bullet.
Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
That was suspicious. Is there a third bullet? I don't know of anything like that. I wanted to press Russian guy here.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent, bath of, blood of,
extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
Oh no, the poor mousey, don't squish the mousey. Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I am surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No? Still, we should bear it in mind. He's our... Man, if there's a mystery about guns or bullets... We do have a mystery about guns and bullets. Where's the second bullet? Van Zeeks has managed to convince everyone.
When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't.
If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Once a rogue, always a rogue, eh? All right, I'm gonna do this again, see if we can prove there's a third bullet. I can prove it. I can prove it. Maybe. No, I can prove it. Yeah, sure, why not? I'm pulling this out of my ass. Allow me to show you then the third bullet. Fucking shit. I'm totally gonna get... What? Oh, wait a second. I actually never examined this thing. Let me check this out.
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see? And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. I actually never looked this over. Is there a bullet hiding in here?
Ooh, look at that. It's totally changed shape just from one little button press.
Well, that's what the button's for, Bruno. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do.
Us boys? That's the 10-year-old girl.
Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you?
Yeah, Iris here is a child genius. I don't see a bullet in here. It's not my magic solution, apparently. That's where you put the photographs.
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see?
And then, oh, low battery. And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The important thing to get right is the position of the two prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. What about? Nothing wrong here, I don't think. All right, well, let's get out of here. Maybe there's another... This is the same as before. Nothing about the guns. It's too suspicious. Except that they both were fired once, I'm pretty sure. This is the same, right? Hmm. There's no bullet in here, is there? Yeah, I've looked this thing over before. There's nowhere I can look except, on the front at the title. That's... No bullet here. Bullet number 1. I don't have it. I'm gonna have to, just take the L on this one. Oh, I can't get out of it. No! Signs of a single discharge. Single round was fired. Hold up. It said a discharge, not a bullet. Necessarily. But what the heck else could you shoot out of the gun? If there was anything like that, I would have it in evidence, I feel like. Wait, let me see. Is there a bullet anywhere? Alright, let's look at the second photo. Is there any other difference? I don't think it's here. Guess I could give this another look. This is just the McGilded thing, right?
Or Mr. McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Runo?
Yes, or rather mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. There's nothing secret about it, right? Except we already have analyzed the blood. Oh, goodness. Nothing weird about these aside from what we already know. Fuck it. I'll just try this. I'm just gonna take the L. I don't suppose this would pass as the third bullet? It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Coming from you, I'm gonna take that as meaning not much. In no way does it resemble a bullet, if that helps your understanding of my last remark. Counsel, at the very least, I would expect the evidence you to present to be of the correct form. It's been a long day.
Let's actually try to find this third bullet before we attempt that again, Runo.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'm definitely gonna save in case I need to take another L. Alright, I need to start pressing more people instead of focusing on the bullet too much. Let me talk to Mr. Garadeb.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder? Is that what you're saying? Ah, well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Lord Van Zeeks? Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. Well, let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she'd had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then he ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe.
We still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
Mr. McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Well, let's take a look. Maybe something new will come up? I already looked at the blood stain in that part. Stella, my kitty, leave me alone. My cat is assaulting my leg, trying to get me to pay attention to her.
So this is blood, probably from somebody's fingertip.
Well deduced, but not just somebody's fingertip, Mr. Benedict's fingertip. However, we just proved that it was not his blood, right?
The man dressed all in white?
Yes, it happened that afternoon at Windibanks. Gina tried to snatch this disc out of the man's hands, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb.
So the lesson is, if someone tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly.
The lesson is, don't snatch things, surely. But we know that it's not his blood. That's a gaping inconsistency, right? Right. Whatever. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. So if I've understood correctly, you need two pictures, a left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions, like this. So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything super useful with them? Do we have 2 bullets? Do we? I think you'll find. And no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well, then surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Never imagined that simple operation caused me such grief. Yeah, what the heck is this about? I've never had a chance to ask you about this. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? Defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Because he operated on Sherlock Sholmes, didn't he? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. Yes! Oh my god! I had to talk to this guy the whole time! It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Herlock? No, Herlock? No, Herlock?
Sherlock Sholmes, by any chance? Well, I called that...
Yes, good lord!
I knew it.
It was that Herlock fellow!
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They say he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over in his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere because it went through him. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but...
Yes?
Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Ha! Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace. Oh!
Hello?
And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. I'm sure, and I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you...
Oh, okay, I can do this. Finally, something to work with.
Objection.
These two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Ooh! Oh, it contradicts the fact that all I do is put... Because I'm helping them out here.
Ooh, a ballistics expert.
Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore... Stella, don't do that. A bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Vilaine. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. And the situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound? Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why'd you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice. Oh! And pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But there wasn't any ice in there. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
Excuse me, what? A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous...
Oh, God. Hello? That's not good.
A very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
That's not good. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may. Do you know Lord Van Zeeks? While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. I would like to see it very much, please. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Sholmes's pouch. Whoa, I didn't see this coming. I see. So this pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in... This is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young men. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look at that. Now, the summation examination. I'm gonna look at that. Look at this. Is the... There's a bullet! The bullet isn't here! There is a bullet! There was a third bullet! This file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck.
As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that file, there would have been a really big explosion.
A big explosion?
Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. They're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous. Oh, I'm sure that when this file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Mr. Sholmes in the future. The left is the danger zone. But there's a bullet. There's a bullet right there. Right there. Maybe we have to look at it this way. It's a bullet. There's the bullet. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken. Look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. There it is. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulky Brothers bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. Time to press that juror again, I think. Yeah! Yeah, baby. So this is where the explosion went and injured Sholmes, right? Oh, look, there's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow and left this hole behind. The glass, maybe. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? I think we're good. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion, Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, there's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. And I'm way ahead of you, game. I already found the bullet. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow. I'm sure of it. You. 3rd bullet! A 3rd bullet? I can prove it! With confidence. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet. The 3rd... Oh, it became a separate piece of evidence. Oh, actually, let me take a look at this baby. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
I guess that's it, really. Okay.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night of the question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. So there's a third as of yet unknown gun. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah! You look like you were just shot, Van Zeeks. Order! 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 While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which this case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. Why, Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Oh shit, this is different. Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing if I can help it. Is it one of yours?
God blimey, Gov, God blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What?
Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone! You seem a little flustered, you guys.
It's just the two of us. That's our trademark.
What about your missing third brother? How soon we forget poor Sulky? Yeah, exactly. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's scratcha.
Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice. On that night at Windbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with the third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pigswell. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man, if this apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. Hold on. Wait a diddly darn minute. Green. Benedict! Benedict was there! Benedict! It was Benedict! Okay, I can blast this right open. I forgot that he was purple. This guy's green. This guy's green. It's Benedict. I can prove it! I can prove it! The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? I know it. I know. Well, counsel? I can do it. I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. I got it. I got it. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, Counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Blood samples portfolio. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of the third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. But the great detective... New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, this green color of the bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident. Couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. My golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. And whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? That would be... Boy Wonder Eggert Benedict. Oh my god.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Try to say that without laughing. I'm having a hard time. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker. Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pickpocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in me life. On me life, Gov, on me life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start, but now I'm gonna drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Disc!
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes. And we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood on the calendar. I forgot who number 5 was. I'd have to count in my head. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Oh, that was the telegraph lead. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. Wait, I missed that first one. So there was someone else there. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What is it? What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn this same color. So Stella, my cat, is currently rubbing all over the microphone, so if you hear that, I apologize. Cat invasion is happening. Well. And And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are they talking about? You can't let him get away with that. Iris. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention is going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before.
Hey, you guys were calling him Santa Claus? So is Iris. Or some dude was calling him Santa, right? Or somebody. Somebody was.
About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination?
Ah, that's right. You can see. Oh, Iris, you're so smart. We can see if this. Ah, God damn it, Stella. We can see if this swayed the emotions of the jury.
In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief. What did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it?
She's so smart. She's so smart.
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. She's the best little girl in the world.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Woo!
Not guilty.
Let's go!
Not guilty.
Guilty.
What? Why?
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Well, that's enough. But... Surgeon... Mr. Surgeon, why? 2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. And I thought you liked it... And Telegraph Lady, I thought you liked, stuff in technology, advancements in technology, no? 2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, and they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Seeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. Ugh. Gah! Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name that gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove that the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict? Do you recognize him? Are you siblings? You got the same hair color. Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5? You don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious. Holy shit. This is a whirlwind. Order, order, order. Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. Wow. Oh, your co-workers. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Are they? Does he have a twin? I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. He also looked like a gentleman. Like, the way he was all dressed up, it doesn't seem like he has a job, right? Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Well, I guess Lord Van Zeeks has a job, technically, so... Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord? Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Well, that was wild. I hope my lives get restored over the recess. th April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, Gina. How are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like that. That's for sure. Oh, no, that's Iris saying that.
I wouldn't have thought it would capture a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. I would like to hear your explanation, ma'am. Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Thank you. Finally.
Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
All right, then. Finally! It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-to-1. To Winbank's place. I had to know. If Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windibank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was as dark as you like in there. So I gave the old oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And the next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got in there? Did Sholmes have a load of papers with you? A story. I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. It's if it's in here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, all right, the mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of kick up out the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arrive on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of me hands and walked back out the shop. Back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, stringing me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out in the storeroom myself when... 2 gunshots. I had a couple of shots go off, 2, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. So the bullet in the calendar was actually from Windibank's gun. That was the single shot he had. Hit Benedict and hit the calendar. And there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. You fainted with the gun in your hand. That's very unfortunate. That must be when you passed out, Gina. With the gun in your hand, very unfortunate. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did. But they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be all right, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict? Still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. Wait. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to make sure she was asking a question or if she asserted it, because now I'm like, when did she see all those guys? Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny.
Mr. Naruto. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Bruno.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend.
Not this music! Not this music!
Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. I miss you, Asogi! As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh?
That's right! You're our friend, Ginny!
Iris? We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
DGS.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly.
Mr. Naruto, I... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Oh, what awful timing. She's got to go back to the courtroom in tears. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it, at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Ah, Kazuma! Oh my god! 17th April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Hi, Van Zeeks, I'm in shambles. Our sour grapes, hello. How are you doing this fine evening? Hi. I'm good. How's you? I'm a mess. I'm not crying tears, but I'm a mess, and I'm gonna be like, I'm a mess, and now I have to go back in and defend and see if we can get this dude back on the stand. And I'm starting to wonder if I should stop soon and eat dinner and continue this tomorrow, but I want to push a little further. I really want to know what Eggs Benedict's real name is. You got this. Oh, thank you. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? What's the worst I can say? We are in full My Chemical Romance mode, Sam. Yeah. Hungry, but we curious. Tough. Yeah, exactly. Emo mode for real, for real. Me with Kazuma. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Oh, that's not cool. I see. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Oh, let's just do that then. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. So apparently you got fucked up. Both in your finger and you get shot through you, so how's that going? I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Yeah, what's his real name? There he is. So how's that bullet wound feeling? Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Your real name? Ashley Graydon. Ashley Graydon. Ash Gray? Is that why? Communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer. Oh, AG! AG! On his cane. That actually was his cane and his, initials. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if some certain parties here present claim that my scene was found at the scene, some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. You seem to be doing rather well for being shot. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, and I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So, he's just gonna pretend he wasn't there, but... He caught his hat. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Throw it somewhere. He has nice hair. Why is he an asshole? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Hey, is your arm aching there? But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Your government. Literally, the British government. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. Admitting to. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Burden of proof? Man, what a burden. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Silent victory wiggle. Victory wiggle. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. How are you feeling? Can you do some jumping jacks for us? Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. A bit, too. Why don't you do some jumping jacks for us? Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood. Spare me the science, Susan. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? You're the one having an issue. Oh no, it's you.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times do I have to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Core blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I didn't have none of them. Must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. Thank you. That's what I was just thinking. It'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Man, these guys are awful. Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only days ago. Healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, L's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about, but why are you covering up your arm there, sir? Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Oh, well, I can disprove that. I take offense at the insinuation that I was anyway involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony, because that is some bullshit. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. We have photographic evidence, my guy. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Interesting. Because, there happens to be a... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There's a photograph with you there. Well, that's not it. That's not it? Where is it though? We've seen it before. Where'd it go? Maybe I just need to... Maybe I just need to press it. I'll just press it. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Mr. Gregson was there. Haha.
Excuse me!
Gregson, get his ass. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here?
Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibank's?
Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Gregson, come on! This makes no sense. I understand why Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what had happened? Gregson, what's going on? That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information. Oh! Whoa. Hint. One small box. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this very neatly. Perhaps around a paper. It's hard to know what's on the reverse side now. Okay. One gentleman's overcoat. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper. Okay. It wasn't this. Hard to know what's on the front. What's the reverse side now? Okay.
So this is blood, probably from somebody's fingertip. Well deduced, but not just somebody's fingertip, Mr. Benedict's fingertip. Man dressed all in white?
Yes, it happened that afternoon. Oh, maybe you can be like, take off your glove. Can I see your fingy tip? I think your fingy tip probably got cut here. Is that the route we're gonna go? But it's probably gonna be like, I don't need to take off my gloves. A gentleman would never take off his gloves in public, you know, right? Afternoon, Windibanks, Gina tried to stick and the little one's cut his thumb. So the lesson is, if somebody tries to grab music boxes from you, let go gently. The lesson is, don't snatch things, surely? Well, I could go try that route. Naturally, I have occasion to make use. You're suggesting I colluded. No mention. Some serum wish to talk to us. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed.
Objection!
Yes, let's go! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? Wow, he's got a pretty good poker face. This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. That somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. It's only been 2 days, it would still be there. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? It's probably the hand you're holding behind your back, huh? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see? The disc was mine from the outset. That's not true. There's some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn. Well, that's perjury. You just lied. Admitted a lie. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying firm it gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded— Stella, stop that. You're interrupting the stream! Stella, stop running the microphone! My cat. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Stella, please, come on. Kitty. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Kitty! Good lord, Mr. Graydon? Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Stella, come on. Yes, that's correct. Sorry if my cat is being disruptive on the microphone. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that faithful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? Yeah, we can disprove that. In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Yeah. Alright, I think I'm hitting my limit a little bit. I'm gonna try— I don't know how much is left of this case. I feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions. But I'm gonna try to run to the end of it tomorrow. I wanna see if I can finish this tomorrow. And then, so I won't leave y'all hanging when I'm gone for a week. So yeah, I'm saving here. I saved, yeah. And yeah. So wow. Oh my god, I know this has got to be— there's so many unanswered questions though. So I know there's a lot left. I bet. I'm just betting. Goodness. So, what should I do? Who's on? Ooh. of people playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but I wouldn't want to spoil you guys, and actually I don't want to spoil myself either. I haven't bought it yet. I'm gonna play Pokemon on my stream, not stream, oh my god, on my trip, my vacation from stream. Well, you guys like Splatoon? My friend Spectre's a really good Splatoon player, is playing right now. My friend Owlin, who's a good friend of the stream, is also playing Star Ocean, which is more story-based like this game. You know what? I'm gonna rate Spectre. So yeah, if you guys like Splatoon, Spectre's really good. And so I'm gonna be rating Spectre. I spelled that right, yeah? Alright. So thank you guys so much. Man, that 7 hours flew by really fast. And I'm excited to see where this goes. I don't know if I can finish it all tomorrow, but I'm gonna do my damnedest. I'm gonna marathon it. Hopefully it doesn't... Yeah, Sam, if you're still here, I think I'm really gonna try to push to finish this game tomorrow. So, depending, if I run over long, I might be late. But if you're not still here, I'll just message you about it. Anyway, I'm gonna send the raid out to Spectre. And thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much again to Kiwi for the raid. So appreciate it so much. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm coming back to see if I can finish off the Great Ace Attorney. All right, thank you guys. Bye.